The tea is a nice warm level. Good morning. Hello. Guten Tag. Hola. Bonjour. Hey. Maybe I should have had more prepared. But good morning, guys. Oh. There we go. Good of the mornings. Hello. Hello, beautiful people. Let's go to the beginning. Kels, GG's on first. I feel like you get first, like, almost every time. You're so quick. Oh my god. But how you doing, my purple princess? Demon, GG's on second. Look at you go. How was Demon today? Saji, thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it. I hope you're doing well. Oh, cute potato. And hi, Will. Will, I see you today. I heard the bubbles. I'm sorry about yesterday. How are you doing? How is Will today? And hi, Pengu. I don't know if you can hear me because you said you're deaf now, but hi. So fast. That's because Kels lives in the future. Kels lives in Australia, so that's the future. So Kels has an advantage. This is why. It's logistics, it's science, it's math, it's, I guess for us, history, because we live in the past compared to Kels. So yes. My mouse is overclaimed just as first and then claim. Yeah, no, I get that, Will. I get that in some shoes. I'm like, oh, and then it goes and then you're like, oh, sometimes I won't even, if I don't get first, I won't even bother with second sometimes if I know people like are lurking. If you see people lurking, then sometimes I'll just be like, I'm just going to go straight for third, to be honest. My phone keeps going off and I don't know why. One sec. Oh. It's Jim. Jim. Fucking Jim. Jim. Can you believe he's messaging me? The audacity. Sorry, if you're like, what's that? I keep flicking this. I have like loads of fidgets on my desk and I'm trying to play with the quiet one, but the Switch is really just... I'm very fidgety, and I never realized how fidgety I was. I have like my phone case, right? And it has like a charm. I can show you. It has like this charm bit, right? And I find if I have it and I'm like out, I'll sit and you see these flowers. You can like twirl the beads and I'll just sit and I'll just spin them. I'll just spin them. So I decided a few days to order myself some other fidgets. So I think they're coming like, probably not today, maybe Monday. But yeah, I kept seeing them on Instagram and I was like, just go away. Stop, leave me alone. And if I don't do that, then I find I use my nails and I'll like go like this on something. Usually on like the table, and I'll sit and I'll go like this just to hear. I don't know if you can hear it, that little tippy tap of my nails. Anyway, that's me. How are you guys? Hi Bunny, how you doing? Welcome in. In Swedish it's good morgon. Good morgon. Good morgon, demon. Morning, good morning, Carls. Gotta go fast, gotta be fast as fuck, boy. Just a little obsessed. I appreciate it. And I appreciate you very much. Kels cheats. Fan matrix. Pengu, thank you for the 20 stream streak. Woo! Look at you go. Look at you streaking. Thank you. Can you play the bubbles again? I was in As until you were mid talking to Kels. I don't know, Will. I mean, you asked so very nicely, and I'm quite fond of you, so sure. There. 1 second. Is that... There's too many tabs. There you go. Have your bubbles. Have your bubbles. You deserve it. Demon is okay, feeling shit, but a bit better. Hopefully you'll feel much better soon. I'm sorry you've not been feeling good. Hi, Saves. Good morning. I hope you're doing well. You're clicking something in my brain. It's just... Sorry. I can't help it. It's okay. We'll be holding the controller in a minute, so it'll be fine. I won't be able to do it. Unless I sit doing it with my feet. But always gets what they want. Do you want yours as well? Do you want me to replay your entrance? Would that make you feel equal? Yes. Okay. Whatever keeps people happy. Demon. There you go. There you go. Alright. We're caught up. We've made good time. And I'm ready to just get into Elden Ring and see how it goes. Because I'm kind of anxious. I feel like I don't know how it's going to go. I'm a bit worried. But I want to get it done. Oh, I also wanted to pin a message. 1 second. Regarding streams next week. Because Wednesday my mum has the dentist and Friday is Bubba's autism assessment, so streams next week will be less and one on a different day. And yes, I think that's right, yeah. And I will keep that pinned for anyone who would like to know. Next week's streams, Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, yeah. I'll also put an announcement in Discord, but obviously not everyone's in Discord. Right, hide that for myself. You're in gamer mode, yeah. I want to do it. I want to do it. I actually I tried playing some Minecraft last night and I was so excited. So I started playing that. And I added like some mods, not too many, but it sounded like my computer was going to take off. So I feel like there was one that was using way too much CPU. I don't know what it was. I need to find out. 'Cause I'm not, I know my computer can probably take it, but when I'm sat there and I can just hear it going whoosh, like it only usually does that when it's trying to load shaders and things like that. So then it usually stops, but it just didn't stop, and it just the sound makes me very uncomfortable. So I had to figure out what it is that's bothering it. So yeah, so then I can play some more Minecraft. I'll be here either playing RPGs or competing against a giant sandworm. I'm sure I'll see what you're playing, Will, because it likes to tell me when I'm streaming. I see like a little pop up of what you're doing. We'll be here but need to walk, so yes, I hope you have a good walk. I also tried Just Dance this morning because I mentioned yesterday I got Just Dance on my Switch to try and be a bit active, and I tried it this morning, and I think it's gonna go well. I actually kind of enjoyed it as well. So after stream, I think I'm gonna have a little bit of exercise. Yes. Okay, I'm no longer deaf. Thank you for the streak, Pengu. I don't know if you heard me, but thank you. How you doing?
Oh, you're drunk.
Hi, Billy, sweetie. How you doing? We're added on Steam now. Yes, it loves to tell me what you're doing. But I could usually see what you're doing anyway because, you know, on Discord, when people are active and they're playing stuff, it goes to, like, the front, you know? So it usually tells me what you're doing anyway, in a non-creepy way. I only have Just Dance on my Wii because I don't have a Switch. See, I used to love the Wii, and I used to love, like, using that. But obviously, my life is so busy with my daughter, and I'm just, like, exhausted. I feel so drained at the moment. I don't know if it's because I have burnout. I don't know what it is, but I'm just so exhausted. So trying to find, like, that motivation to exercise, especially when exercise I find is really boring, trying to motivate yourself to do it. So I thought like a game on my Switch would I don't know, I thought it would stimulate my brain a bit different to make me want to do it. Hi Rose, how you doing? How is Rose today? I wanted that Ring Fit adventure. That looked really good. I thought that could be good, but it's not compatible with Switch 2, so that's a bit annoying.
Oh, my bad.
Hi, my little Fonzie Bear. How you doing? Let me scroll up. But yeah, so I'm trying to think of ways that I can be more active that fits into my lifestyle and actually make me want to fucking do it. Where did I get to? Do it. I will. Like I said, I tried it this morning, but Bubba was like, "What are you doing?" I'm using the TV. Piss off. So I'll have to do it when she has her tablet time, which is after a certain time. Ooh, maybe I should try Beat Saber again. Maybe. I'm just like conscious of I don't like move my body a lot, and I want to move it more is what I'm like conscious about. Hi Grimbit. Hello everyone. Hello Grimbit. How you doing today? I did not hear you, but anyway, I'm tired and annoyed because my cat threw up on my blanket. Oh no. Well, at least it's just on your blanket and you can just kind of roll it up and wash it. It sounds hopefully an easy fix. But I'm sorry to hear that. Cat sick is never convenient. Just don't wee on stream. I wasn't going to wee on stream. I mean, that's what the toilet's for. Wii is one of the best consoles ever made. I feel it's so good. I loved it so much. When Bubba gets a bit older, when she like understands a bit more and wants to like play, I'm gonna get one for the living room so that we can play together. Doing quite well, making noms. What are you making? What are the nom-noms? You loved your Wii. I mean, if you don't love your Wii, how in the hell are you gonna love anybody else? I don't know. Oh, my bad. Still to this day, I enjoy hearing it. Hi, Daba. How is Daba today? My problem is I move too much. Really? Interesting. I wish I had that problem. I just find like, because I'm at home, I'm just like chilling. And I usually find I'm just like, I sit down too much, I feel. And I'm conscious of that. Maybe Bubba will dance someday with you. No, she just wants to dance in my arms. I tried it this morning and I can only do it with one arm and I have to hold this heavy ass 4-year-old. I weighed her the other day. I think she's like 2 stone something. So yeah, I need her to be distracted so I can get the full effectiveness of the workout. Be great if she could dance and like stand next to me, but she doesn't want to do that. She wants to be leeched onto me like a sloth or a koala. Hope the day is going good for you so far. It's been a great day so far. I'm excited to be here. And yeah, yesterday was a great stream. I had a lot of fun. Gotta go fast. I don't have another blanket to use though. Wash it and throw it in the tumble dryer. I don't know. How are you doing, cute? I'm doing good, thank you, Rose. Yeah, like I said, I'm happy to be. I don't know like how this boss is gonna go. I'm kind of dreading it, but I'm gonna try and stay positive, and we'll see how it goes. And what more can I do? What more can one do? JK, thank you for the community love. I hope you're doing well. Such a cutie pie. Aw. Making a mountain of fried taters with onions. Oh, that sounds good. I think you should share. Sharing is caring. Also, did you end up playing Slay the Spire or no? How are you a cutie? I can't tumble dry my blanket. Oh, I see. I'm sorry to hear that. Hopefully you can get clean and washed soon. I am fucking exhausted. Moggy, give us all the deets. What happened? Tell us everything. How are you doing? Apart from being exhausted. Why are you exhausted? I want to give me the tea. Even when I'm sitting, I'm often full on bouncing or exercising in some way. Then I get sore muscles from working out too much while sitting. Everyone always thinks I'm cold because I'm moving so much. Everyone thinks I'm cold. Oh, so you're trying to like warm yourself up. I was like, but if you're moving, you wouldn't be cold. I wish I had that actually. I just sit there like. Been playing it here and there. Love it so far. I'm glad to hear it. Hi, exhausted. I'm Will. Hi, Will. I'm T. Right, let's go here. Game capture. We are not playing Undertale anymore until next week. But it won't be Friday. It will be Thursday because we have no stream Friday. Like I said, I'll put an announcement in Discord though. Ba ba beep ba boop boop. Ba ba beep ba ba boop. Ba ba beep ba ba boop. How if I turn my controller on, wouldn't it? Look at this graph. Love that one. Hi, boy. My perfect princess. How are you doing? Hope you're doing well today. Doing splendid, thank you. Also, hi, lovely chat. I hope you're doing splendidly well. That's weird because I just said splendid. How's your piece going? Yeah, people are always asking if I'm cold, and I have to say, no, I'm just bouncy. I'm just a little fidgety, that's all. My fave Vine is so good. I remember when I watched it. Yeah, I was like in college or school, and I thought it was the most hilarious thing I had ever watched. I thought it was just brilliant. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out where I need to sit. Okay. God. I've seen the video to that one, just the awkwardly hold. Yeah, that's why I was like. Look at this graph. Every time I do it makes me laugh. I don't know how this is gonna go, but fuck it. Not well. I think I'm gonna die. Yep. Oof. Your perfect little princess will then first Northern Lights. Really? Oh my god, that's so exciting. It was mostly pale white light, but still, I'm so high. Oh, thank you, Will. Oh, that's so great. So I wasn't making a face at you. I was like, oh, why is my game gone like that? Aw, I'm glad you're. I feel like that would be so cool to see. It would be stunning. I'm jealous. I'm envious of you, boy. I've had 4.5 hours sleep. Got home at 5:30 this morning and fell asleep at 6. Hang on, let me pull my foot out. Not my foot out, my like stool area. The night, however, was pretty good. Heard disembodied moans, groans, most likely walked over unmarked graves. I saw a tall white figure standing behind someone in the main part of the prison. When I say white, I don't mean race or anything. I mean it was like a human. Yeah, no, I know what you mean. I just saw some white guy stood there. What the fuck are you doing? No. Could you imagine? So I was like, oh my god, it's a white guy! Ah! No, I know what you mean. Sorry, I think I'm so funny. So you had a good time. That sounds like pretty active. Did you feel scared at any point? Were you scared? You're welcome, thank you, Will. Saw shadow figures, doors slamming on their own, disembodied voices in other parts of the prison. I had to grab my friend's arm before I collapsed while doing a vigil, and I felt really faint. Like, they were making you feel faint? You must be so susceptible to this shit. Because it sounds like they like you. And it sounded like your friend was not very affected. You must just have, like, this open aura that they are about. Okay. Let's go. He's not rushing me, which is weird. I got itchy back of my neck, hang on. Oh, not great. Oh, no. Gonna die. Oh. Hi, Tempest.
Trucking.
How you doing, cutie? So I will catch up when I get a moment. I can't see. That was not helpful. I hate when that happens. When you go behind the post and I can't see what the fuck is happening. There we go. Okay, I feel like I'm not gonna have enough time to read. Oh, that's not great. No! I'm getting shaky again. I lost stamina. I lost stamina. I got all shaky again. Oh. Not bad though. Not bad. Wasn't great. I lost stamina because that meant I actually couldn't dodge. My heart is like going out of my chest though. Give me a second. Okay. Okay. Where did I get to? Here. I had a similar thing while I was working in Germany years ago, but it was a black shadow figure. Oh, that would be really creepy. I don't know. White just seems more like when it comes to ghost figures, seems more like friendly, whereas like black indicates darkness, like shadow. I don't know. It gives me more of like a demon kind of feeling. Do you know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know. Is there a thing with that? I don't know. White guy, ah no! Give it the French fries. Exactly, Will. Moggy's an aura farmer. I think so. I think so. Good morning, Tempest. You look cutie. How you doing? Lame. I was gonna play June, but the servers are going down for maintenance. That is lame. That is lame. Tell them no. I love hearing about these kind of experiences. Glad we're continuing them today. About the ghost stuff. Yeah. I felt scared when I took a few photos through the glass of a locked solitary confinement cell, and I heard a huge bang from the inside of the cell, but the staircases were so narrow and spiral, I felt uneasy on them too. Also stood on a landing surrounded by metal, so you couldn't fall off, but I was still scared I was going to fall off. Oh yeah, what, like someone was going to push you? It sounded like quite unnerving. Was it like the most scared you felt, or is there ones you felt more scared? I'm good. I'm here for the Malekith murder. It's happening. It's happening today. I felt like that was pretty good. The stamina run out was not great, but that was good. That was our second attempt today, so. And yay, murder! We love murder! Just woke up. I slept well. Nice! Oh, I'm glad. I hope you're feeling better today, Tempest. Thank you for the Freddy stream streak, Tempest. Zoom, zoom, zoomies! Thank you so much, cutie. Thank you. That's a big sword, especially compared to his body size. Do you think he's overcompensating? 100% Will. 100%. Why do you think he's so aggressive? He's so defensive. It's just clear. Zoomies! I love the little frog zoomies. He really doesn't want an extended car insurance. Yeah, just like chill, dude. You might help. Stamina mana waka waka stamina mana stamalipa. This one is for Malika. Doop doop doop. Boy, thank you for the 35 stream streak. You got this, T. Kick him in the north. Do it. Fucking you know? Bam 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 bam. I'm gonna do it for you guys. We're gonna do it. If I make it to next stream, I'll be at a 50 streak. Oh my lord. Oh my lord. There's also the VOD as well. If you ever miss one, then you can always use the VOD to redeem the streak. Heck yeah, Will. Heck yeah. In June, the sun is a deadly laser. Is this to do with the June game, like movie? Shadow figures don't also necessarily mean dark energies or spirits. Could also be someone that's curious on what's going on. Interesting. So does it being a white or a dark shadow indicate anything? There's times where I felt more scared, but the prison was fucking massive, easy to get lost. But they stayed with you the whole time, I'm guessing. Woggy, thank you for the free stream streak. Guys, look at all the free... there was 5 free... There's a lot of frees going on. Thank you, guys. He would drive an overly loud car? Yes, he would. And it would be right past my house going... You guys can hear the cars, and, like, my garden is very long. I'm so glad you got that. It just... I remember, like, someone... I was, like, watching a stream. This was months ago, and someone said, like, stamina, and I said stamina, but, like, no one got it. And then I think, like, you said it in, like, a different stream, and I was like... I understand this. No one got it when I said it. Same Brian. Yes, same Brian indeed. Okay. We'll give it another go, and then I'm going to pee. Wait, did I get it from you? I don't think you were there. I don't think you were there. Maybe I did say it and you were there. I don't know. But I know I've said it before, and... It went over whoever was streaming at the time, went over their head. I was like, no one understands me. Hi, Mooney. I hope you're doing it well. I hope you're doing it well. I hope you're doing it well, Mooney. I meant I hope you're doing well, but I hope you're doing it well. Whatever you're doing, I hope you're doing it well. Smash it. Yeah, it's a survival game based on the movies, so the sun is very bright and what... Oh, I see. Okay, so what do you do in it? Is it like a... So survival game. Is it like multiplayer or do you just play on your own? Are you doing it well? No, I'm bad at it. I believe you can do it well. I hope you're doing it well. Oh. I'm gonna die. We were allowed to go off on our own as well. Oh, okay. The prison also used to be a castle in the 11th century. The prison was closed in 2013, so it had newer stuff in the buildings too. The kitchen was built on the hanging area where prisoners were... Oh. Oh. The kitchen? I don't think I would want to eat there.
Become my blade once more.
But I hope you are doing well, Mooney. I walked for 50 minutes and I'm so tired. Maybe it's time to have a rest now. Both, you can play with friends or alone. It has servers, so it's multiplayer, but most of the time you'll see a base here and there to show life, but you can build a base, kill enemies, get the... I see. Interesting. Oh god. that was not a great time to do that. Oh god. Fuck's sake. I make one mistake and it just seems to fuck everything up. That was like a good rhythm as well though. I don't know what it is, but when I'm doing this boss, I get really anxious and my heart just races and my hands like shake. But I think we're getting better. We're getting better. I just made one mistake and I think that just kind of like spiraled. As soon as he kind of gets me once, yeah. It was such a good run, thank you. I think it was alright, yeah. I know that feeling, you just want to kill it. Yes, just want to kill it. Just there's surprisingly a lot to do. The tutorial can take up to a couple hours, but I'm never bored of it, and I think I'm at the ending part of the tutorial. That sounds like a long tutorial though. Like, I can't deal with tutorials that long, not gonna lie personally. But I need to pee. So we have ads in 20 minutes, so I'm gonna run on now whilst I pee. So we don't get interrupted. So I'll be back in 3 minutes. This is your opportunity to grab a drink, snack, use the bathroom, stretch your body, take your eyes off screen, whatever you need to do. And I'll be back in 3 minutes. I did a quick Google about him the other day, and even if he didn't show up super high on people's hardest bosses list, it seems he's fairly consistent on people's top 10. Really? I think, like, he's easy to figure out, so maybe that's why. Interesting. Yeah, maybe because the moves seem quite consistent. I'm not sure. Or maybe they find it easier because they're doing a different build. Obviously, I've got quite a specific one, so I don't know. But yeah, I'll see you guys in 3 minutes. Alright, I'm back. Ad should be over soon. Billy, I actually was confused then. I was like, what have you done? I was like, huh? What? It's like, what do you mean? Where'd I get to? I meant that more the other way, that people put them somewhere on a on a hardest list. Yeah. Oh, I see what you mean. No, this tutorial felt very unique. I didn't think I'd like it either, but the tutorial actually held my attention the whole time and even kept me invested. Oh, that's good then. Yeah, that's good. Some tutorials are just long-winded and too hand-holdy, and it's like, can you go away now?
What the? Oh! Can you dial? Do something.
Hi, buddy. How you doing? Scammer didn't even touch the floor yet. What bullshit. Look at that. Tempest is gonna land. Come on. Maybe not, actually. No. Or you're gonna hit into the wall. I don't know. No, actually. You're gonna land right in the corner. Oh, look who it is. One of the best bitches in the world right now. What? Malaketh. Malaketh, you mean? How you doing, buddy? Hello there. Hello, Radagon. How you doing? Thank you for the community love, Moggy. Corner gang, finally. You got it. You got it. Oh, thank you for the community love, Demon. Loves you too. But even long tutorials that are half the time of Dunes, I have to take a break from it the rest of the day because I just like, yeah. Yeah, no, I agree. Like, sometimes they're just too... I'm just like, let me in the game. Let me in the game. I like tutorials that don't really feel like tutorials, that you're actually just still playing the game. Num num! Num 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 ding dong. How you doing? How you doing, cutie? How was Minecraft? I was really enjoying it yesterday. And then I had to have food. And then you inspired me so much that I then played Minecraft myself. Thank you for the shout out, of course. Thank you for the hydrate, Moggy. Give me a sec. How's the first playthrough going? It's going well. I'm enjoying it, but we are quite... Nalusi! Nalusi! Hello, Nalusi. I love your face. How you doing? Yeah, it's going well. We're just stuck at this boss, but we've done our second attempt today. Was that our second or third? Actually, that was our third. And we are getting to the second phase. Doing okay. I messed up one move, and then it just... from there. Tina lum lum lum. Heck yeah, heck yeah. But your world is so pretty, Nem. Your Minecraft world is so pretty. Talk about you, you bitch. Backlev is a wanker. This is true. He's a wanker. Wanker. Hi, Fast Vision. How you doing? Minecraft good. Finally finished that cow/sheep field. Nice, nice. I'm glad. But yeah, your world is very pretty. Buying a ticket right now. Wait, what are we talking about? What are you guys talking about? I don't know. How is T? T is good. T is good. T's had a good start to the day. Felt like I had somewhat a good sleep. And I'm hoping we're gonna do this boss today. Really, really hoping. While waiting outside the prison to go in at the start, my friend looked at me and said, "Brings back memories for you, does it?" Moggy, I'd like to start singing. Oh, it sounds like you had a really great time, and that makes me really happy to hear. Oh, it's a reflection of Nem's beautiful brain. I agree. Yes, it's beautiful, it's creative. I loved seeing it. How's Malaketh treating you? Well, we've done 3 attempts so far. We have got to the second phase, and I seem to be understanding him a lot. I wouldn't say the second phase is hitting me too much. I seem to be dodging well, but I'm getting really shaky. So I'm getting to the second phase, and then when he's got like, when I've got kind of like a quarter of his health, so he's got a quarter, I'm getting really shaky. And my heart is really racing, and I literally just went to use the bathroom, guys, and my legs and my whole body is shaking, and I don't know why. I've never had this before, so I don't know, it's a bit stressful. But I think we could do it today. I have much better spirits. How are you today, Nilosi? How was the expeditioning? She's bullying. Then you might like this tutorial. There's an NPC explaining things that, like, this is important early game stuff to explore and even story elements. Ah. I see. I mean, I like the kind of tutorials where it's like, press this to hit and this and then run and that, and I'm like, cool. Maybe he just needs a manic. I'm a taken woman tempest. For clarification, 3 years ago I was a naughty monkey and got arrested. Oh my god. I never went to prison though, but yeah, it's been a run and oh, that makes sense. Okay. I didn't want to assume you had been to prison or something. But when you said that, I was like, do you mean you've been to prison? But I'm not gonna be like, what have you done? That's quite funny. That's quite funny to be fair. There's a joke here about me being the music man because one time I was in my house, as you are, and I was singing to my daughter The Music Man, and I was like banging a tambourine on my head, and I was being very loud, and then the police showed up my door saying we've had a call about like, you know, concern, someone's concerned, like there was a lot of noise and they're concerned something's happening in this house, and I'm like, nothing's happening. They're like, can we come in and check? And then 2 policemen had to come in my house and check, and they asked everyone who lives here and like birthdays and stuff, and they're like, okay, so like what happened? I was like, I was singing and like shouting. They were like, why? I was like, I don't know, maybe I'm autistic, maybe I have ADHD. This was before having been diagnosed for autism and being on the ADHD waiting list, but you know, foreshadowing, loves to see it. And and then when I said that, when I said like, you know, I was like just singing and dancing, they were like, why? I was like, what do you mean why? Like, why do I have to tell, like, I can do what I want in my house. What the fuck do you mean? So now it's a joke that like I'm the music man and I have like a police record. So yeah. And then if I ever get in trouble again, they'll like look at my record and be like, oh, we know you. You're the music man. Do you think some little breathing exercises might help a little? I'm like fine now, but we're gonna go into it, and I think as soon as we get into that second phase, I'm gonna be like, gonna grab a quick tea. Oh, good, Nem. I hope it's a yummy tea. I appreciate it. Adrenaline. I think it is. I think it is to do with the like. I feel it's getting close, even though I'm not really aware of that. It just so much pressure, I think, because he's hard. It was really good. I was saying left, right, and center. I mean, when I was watching you, you was doing the thing. You were doing the thing. You were like the Kana moon. Slay. But I'm glad you're enjoying it. How long do you think you've got left of it? Concerns? Yeah, they're like, we're concerned. There's been like a cool, like someone's worried, and it's like, okay. Stop whacking your tambourine on your head, please, madam. Yes, we're concerned about your mental health. Are you not allowed to sing in your own house? I know. And it wasn't like the time where you should be quiet. It was 7 p.m. I'm pretty sure it's like 8 is the time where you stop being so loud. But yeah, that's awesome. It's just one of my lovely stories. I have had no experience with police before until this moment, which happened last year, I think. I think it was last year. I don't know. Last year or year before? Might do that. Maybe. They grabbed you without her consent. I consent to Nem grabbing me. Yeah, like that. In my opinion, he is the worst out of all of them. He is really annoying. Malakaran, yes! Yes, Malakaran, I agree. That seems legit. I'm not sure, to be honest. Maybe another 10%. Okay. So how long is that? Do you reckon, like... Sorry, 1 second. Like, one more stream, or like maybe another week, 2 weeks? Have to get ready to go countryside. Ooh, I hope you have a good time, Rose. Enjoy. Nem can also grab me. Let's just have a collective grab. All together. Yeah, probably. Hell yeah. See, I thought, oh, we'd have like a week or 2 left of Elden Ring, but this has taken 2 streams, and we're not going to have another Elden Ring stream. We're going to have one next week because I can't stream Wednesday and I can't stream Friday. So there will be a stream Thursday, but I feel like we'll do Undertale, so I don't want to leave Undertale for 2 weeks. So, yeah. Love you, buddy. He says hello. Say hello back. Have a good time. It's pretty much like that. Like, collect this, we need to make a thing, and then you make the item and use it right away, then move on to the next thing, or go to this location, then you experience something cool, then we move on. It feels like the tutorial flows well without being too fast, not too slow. Didn't even realize how, yeah. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying it. And I hope the service didn't take too long to update. I got 2 hands, grab. I just wish there was more time to stream, literally. It's just, I didn't fucking drink this. I wish that too. That was not good. Oh my god, okay, that was a lag. How did I miss? Oh, where's she finger? I was literally trying to roll then, but it didn't. I wish he would just fly off the side sometimes. Oh. Cheeky fucking bastard. I just got smashed by a rock at the wrong time. Hi Kelson, how you doing? I nearly gave my mum a heart attack once too. I was staying at my dad's and got assaulted on a night out. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. The person who did it was arrested at 6 a.m. in the same morning. SID were knocking on my door. CID, sorry. Mum's door asking, we're looking for my name. So she was told what happened and that I wasn't in trouble. So she sent them to my dad. My dad didn't know anything until they came to his door, woke me up and saw that I had a swollen cheek and a split lip, and his reaction was, what the fuck happened? Well, I'm sorry you had that. I hope you're okay. Thank you, Nilsa. I'm good. I've been playing Crimson Denser. That has come out recently. What have you thought of it? I haven't seen anything about it, but I do see it's like everywhere. Oh, usually that fucking works. Not great. Okay. No. No. I think I'm gonna die. This is not going good. Yeah, this is not a good one. Yeah, no, that was really bad. We've had much better attempts than that. I really like it. I'm glad you're liking it. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I don't know what kind of game it is at all, to be honest. Getting girl, that was a really bad attempt. The out close attack that gets you after all the fire swings is super annoying. It really is. It really is. It's all good. The guy who did it lost his career in the army because of it. So I feel like I was the real winner. Damn. But my mum put it all over Facebook, and within an hour my phone was blowing up with messages from my dad's mates asking who the guy was, where he could be found, and I'm thinking, oh god, oh my god. I mean, I guess he's got to deal with the consequences, you know. Should have thought about that. Teen Noodle Army. That was such a bad attempt. The other 2 attempts we've got today, to that point, were so much better. Okay. Let's see how this one goes. Rolled it the wrong time. I hate when he does that. When I'm trying to get a hit in and he moves. It's really inconvenient. Oh god. Rolled it the wrong time. Where are you stabbing me? Can you heal? Thank you. There we go. Let's just say he was found by chance, and yeah, it didn't end well for him. I never wanted that to happen, but it was nice to know that, yeah, that's a comforting feeling, that people are looking out for you. New army chat, no.
Oh, death.
All the noodles, danger noodles.
Become my blade once
Let your
more.
hatred consume you. I feel like that would make me too angry. You gotta try and, like, not be angry, because then you get, like, too greedy and aggressive. Stab his face! Stab him in the face! I wish these cutscenes you could, like, get some hits and pee on his corpse! I just peed. Oh, I rolled right into that. This is not gonna go well. Not great. I feel like I was not in that. god, the feeling in my stomach, I felt so sick. Alright, give me a second. Let's just, what's happening? What's happening? My god. What's happening? I will catch up, by the way, in a sec. Oh my god. Phase 3, fuck off, demon. Demon, fuck off. Why would you even put that out there?
Unbound. And the lands between are shrouded by death's dark fate. But the flames will also burn the impenetrable thorns.
Wow, okay. That's an angry tree.
Farewell it is then.
That's an angry looking tree.
You'll be Elden Lord yet.
Will I? It's been a while since I've seen that on my screen. What's happening? Okay, next. Just get in line. Whoa, okay. What is happening? Let's get to the grace a sec. I'm so shaky. I am so shaky. Alright. Okay. What should we do? I think we'll do stamina. Okay. I think we will catch up with chat now. My god. Okay. Right, let me... I don't know where I was. Give me a sec. Here, let the hatred consume you. This is where I was.
Kim, you're doing amazing, sweetie.
Thank you, Jim. Stab his face and pee on his clothes. They didn't give me a chance to do that, sadly. It was more a Star Wars I see. Stab his body! Right in the booty hole. Take his pants down. Marry his cousin. Pats him like the dudes in the council calf that pays him £1.50 for a sandwich. Yeah. Thank you guys. Thank you, Demon. Thank you, Nayla. Thank you, Tempest. You did. I did. Thank you, Ether. Thank you. Thank you, Dizzy. Thank you, boy. Thank you, Billy. Billy, thank you for the 100 biddies. Jim, thank you for the 5 gifties. Thank you. Told you it would die today. You did. And it's done. You guys witnessed the Mordor. I was holding my breath. I was holding my breath. Like when I got this. I never had this in an Elden Ring fight. I had this feeling in my stomach. Like, oh my, like, you know, when you have mad anxiety, like mad anxiety. It was in my stomach. I was really shaking. I was like, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Yeah. Hi, Jack here. How you doing? Gigi's thank you. Thank you, Boogie. Thank you, James. Ooh, hype chest. Did I get anything? Maybe not. And thanks, Jim. Get peed up. Malika. I love you, bitch. I love you, bitch. Thank you for the hype train, guys. Even my mind is going crazy. That was a lot. I feel like that was really good though. I felt like I did quite well. You did that shit. I did it. I did do that shit. I did the shit. You got the I did. The angry kid wolfing has been defeated. It has. Did I get an achievement? Wait. I did get an achievement. 41.6% of players have this achievement. Hell yeah. I have 64% achievements in this game. I'm quite chuffed with that.
Oh my God, you want to talk
about
about
lovers?
Oh, you want to talk
about lovers?
It's mother time.
It's mother time. I'm a mother, so yes. Proud of you, thank you. I love you too. Could you imagine even it went into like a fucking phase 3? Oh my god. I wasn't out of flask, so it could have been manageable. Well done, that attempt. The dodges and the attacks was on point. I feel like it was good. The dodges were great, thank you. I'll have to look at it later. When I do like a huge boss battle, I love to go to the VOD and I like to watch it. But like, because obviously when you're in it, it's hard. But yeah, I felt like I did good dodging, especially in the beginning part. I was like, oh, take some of that. He didn't know what to do with me. I feel like the first phase hit me more. Back with snacks. What snacks did you get? Fonzie's dead. You have antlers. We do have antlers. We had horns, but now we have antlers, and I love the antlers. How was your stream last night, Drakira? I was lurking silently whilst you were doing some co-working with Fissy. GG, thank you. You beat him? I did, Grimbit. I did. We fucked him up. Consumed some drink? Thank you, I did. And now I'm back with tea. Time for a little co-work. Love to see it. What are you working on, Nem? I did do it. Yeah. Not his pants. Yes, the cane headbang is relevant now. I was clenching. I felt that I was like, come on. Like I said, I'll have to watch it later and take it all in because it went so fast. It went way too fast. And I won't bore you with rewatching it. I'm pretty sure during the fight you said, well, this isn't going well, and then it did. I think it was like the beginning, like right at the beginning of phase 2, he hit me in a way that I think usually I dodge, so I was like, oof. Back to Uncle Mode, I couldn't miss that, worth it. I'm glad you got to be there, buddy, to experience it, otherwise Jim would have gone to the VOD. But yeah, have a good time, I'll speak to you later. Yeah, that was a perfect sound for the TV. It's like, huh? Imagine like that happened just as I kill you. Want to talk about monsters? I really hope they do a White Chicks too. I'll be in my element. You're more aware of his attacks on that run. It was. It's just so hard because by the time you get to phase 2, you don't know any of his attacks. It's a completely different recipe you have to learn. And he can quite easily kill you straight away. So it makes it a bit hard. That was a point you both approached each other again from across the area when he was almost dead and I got chills. I'm glad you guys feel the things that I'm feeling. I came back with mangoes. Nice. The mangoes is a victory food. Do you miss him already? No. I'm so glad it's done. Maybe when we get to the next boss, I'll be like, no, can we have the last boss? I don't know what, I just was shaking so much. I don't know what it was. I've never had that. So I really don't hope, like, I really hope for the next bosses, I am not like that. Because I'm going to struggle. Trying to finish up a commission from yonks ago that just popped up again was paused because they didn't have the final dimension. Oh, I see. To get one of 3. Yeah. I hate when, like, you have things to do and they just prolong. That, I hate it. So, I hope you managed to get it done and get it off your to-do list. Because stuff on my to-do list, like, even if no one's like, you have to do it by this amount of time, it just, like, Phase 2 is one of the most annoying bosses in the game, flying around like no one's business and can kill you with only 2 hits, even with 5 health. Yeah, and that's what's annoying, because how am I meant to learn your moves when you're insta-killing me? I need to learn! So yeah, that is like frustrating. Alright, let's shuffle it in. I feel a bit calmer. Okay. I want to take this off. But yeah, I do like my outfit. It's probably not the best, you know, to guard with, but I enjoy it. Should we see if I can use up my runes and maybe if we can level up again? Because I don't fancy running around with like 100,000 runes, not gonna lie. Whew. I'm really happy. That was on my to-do list today. We ticked it off and now I'm happy. Not happy for what's gonna come next, probably. And I love cutscenes as well. That's maybe like the only thing about this game is I would love more cutscenes to be more engaged in the story. Oh, I've probably maybe done too many now. What should we do? Let's do arcane. I'm back in the same situation I just was. Me too. I plan out commissions so that I'm only doing one at once and don't get overstressed by suddenly having. Yeah, no, I can understand that. That kind of stresses me out. Gomez also says hi. He's doing. Aww. Aw, how you going, you little kitty? That's it, folks. Yeah, bye. An hour and 14 minutes in. I'm happy. I'm happy it's done that fast into stream. You gotta do an investigation, read every item to get the story. No, I know that, to get the lore, but I like the cutscenes as well, and I wish they had more cutscenes, to be honest. Okay, so... It'd be cool if this was red on the map, if that actually changed. So... Wow. Look at us. We can become an Elden Ring Lord yet. I played Persona 3 yesterday. Yeah, anime style cutscenes were important cutscenes. That was really cool and wish more did that. Yeah. Like I said, I got Persona 5. We'll have to add that to the list of games as well, because I do have that. And it's a game I want to play. Want me to clip on them? Yes. Let's do that. Now I'm 14. At this point in stream, T was laughing at reviews. Yes. See? We've been productive today. But to be fair, like, stream can easily, for like an hour, just be talking. It's not like usual I get straight into a game. But I was quite determined today to get into it. I wish clipping on mobile was an ass. Oh, it's so annoying. It's so annoying. If I think it's good, I might clip it myself. When I watch it later, so don't worry about it. But I appreciate you, Tempest. Reviews was great. The reviews was great. I was telling my mum about it afterwards, and I was like, it was something special. And we have those screenshots forever. If anyone went on my screenshots, they'd be like, what's this about then? Okay. Did we kind of... I think we like spawned like looking this way, didn't we? So I guess we would go this way. Oh. Okay, we can't ride. So I guess we run. Oh! Okay. What's this? Behold, the Erd tree yet stands. Tall and unwavering, minus the scorch of the flame of ruin. Ha 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 ha. Then we are yet golden ones. Is it just gonna say the same thing? Yeah. They usually do, I think. those kind of ones. I don't know where I'm meant to go. I'm not sure. There's a hole. Is that a hole? I guess you could go down there. I wonder how long until we run into an enemy. I'm kind of curious about that. I'm so happy we've done that now. Okay. Do we not go down here? I feel like it looks like you should. Just looks like... Okay. Full damage forever confuses me. I wish I could see better. Okay. Oh, we're using that one. Like the +1, I'm pretty sure. So that's great. A medallion with crimson amber inlaid. Vastly boosts maximum HP. The Erdtree's old sap becomes amber. Treasured as the most precious of jewels in the age of Godfrey the First Elden Lord. A primordial life. Oh. Yeah, let's put that on. And we'll replace it with this one. I wonder if you... Wait. I wonder if you did two. I just kind of want to look. So if that's ours now, and then say we replaced it with this one. No, it looks the same. No, wait. Oh, you can only have one. Okay. Interesting that you can only have one. Good to know. Okay. I guess we go this way. Subterranean shunning grounds. Have I been down here or not? Okay. Oh, there is a guy there. There's enemies down here. Okay. Ooh. I don't like these guys. So fucking rude, dude. I'm gonna die. Should have used my special, I think. Oh my god, why is there so many? Oh no. My runes. My 100,000 runes. This is not good. Oh golly gosh. Oh God's sake. We are nowhere near where we were. Guess we're going back down. I don't even know if that's the way you're meant to go, but that's the way we've started, so. That's the way we're gonna go. I don't like this beam thing though. It's a bit unnerving. Alright. Guess we'll just run to the runes. Don't worry about me. Maybe you can find a grace? Oh, fucking imps. Why are we back here? I hate it here. Is there gonna be anything different down here? Or no? Is it like even worth it coming down here? Gonna go to lurk mode, kick ass. Thank you, boy. I hope you have a good lurk. I appreciate you. Hopefully we will. If I find something to do down here. Okay. Is there something down here? I feel like there's just... I feel like there's nothing personally down here, unless I'm wrong. Just feel like it's gonna be the same. I don't know, maybe we should go back. Hi Uber, how you doing? How was Uber today? Yeah, I don't know, maybe we'll have a look around before going down there. So I don't know. Maybe it's not the way we're meant to go. I might. I'm glad to hear you're aight. That's good. How's your arting and farting going? Maybe up here? This down there is the way we are? I don't know. I feel a little lost. Oh, that? Terribly. Why? Why is it going terribly? I doubt that. I think I'm gonna struggle with direction in this area. I don't know. Thank you for the lurk, Dissolve. I hope you're doing well. Unless we go in here. Okay. Is this like, I don't know like what is something and what was something but isn't anymore. It's my only issue. Oh.
Ah. I knew you'd come to stand before the Elden Ring. To become
Hello.
Elden Lord. What a sad state of affairs.
Oh, I'm sorry, Theo.
commend your spirit,
Yeah,
but
we
alas,
did it about like 20 minutes
none
ago.
shall take the throne.
You can watch the
Mark
VOD
has high
though.
hopes for us, that we continue
Oh.
to struggle
Oh, we're fighting?
unto eternity.
We're fighting? Is this what's happening? Oh, okay. Ooh. Ow, what the hell? Dude, pick a power. Come on. Why have you got so many? Oh my god. That was way. Oop. Ow. Ah, nah. Bruh. Stop the flying discs. I'm gonna die. Oh, you can... Okay. Dude, you've got too much shit going on right now. Oh my god. Why is there so much happening? Why is he healed? Oh fuck. Stop healing. Oh my god. God, he was annoying. Why have you got like a million different powers?
Cannot become a lord. Not even you.
Wow.
A man cannot kill a god.
Wow. Okay. Good to know. Okay. That was stressful. I thought we weren't gonna do it. Or if you sub, you can jump back. Yeah. Yeah, you are subbed. So you can actually go back in the stream as well. So if you want to go back and look right now, you can as well. I'm gonna do... No. My stamina. We can do one more. Let's do that. Fun fact, he gets more spells the more major bosses you kill before encountering him. Is that why he had so many fucking spells? Okay. I wish I had some kind of indication of where to go. Because I feel that's kind of crazy. I just stumbled across him, not gonna lie. I don't know what I'm meant to be doing. That's not a thing. Okay. Find the urge to log into work and check on some things because there's an issue that could blow up, and it might be best if I don't walk on Monday to a dumpster fire, but also it could totally ruin my Saturday. Oh yeah, that's quite a dilemma. I guess it depends what you feel. Yeah, do you want to deal with it now, or do you want to deal with it Monday? A now problem or a Monday problem? I don't know how I managed to come across that, not gonna lie. Oh, Moggy, thank you for letting me know you enjoy being here. And me just being lost. I'm back. Welcome back, Fast. How you doing? Okay, so we've done that. Wait, you killed Manaketh? Yes, and we just killed the all-knowing guy as well. Whatever his name was, we've just done him. I'm trying to figure out what I'm meant to be doing, to be honest. She kicked his whole ass. I really did. And he cried. But yeah, we did it. We did it. Hi, Calf. Hi, Calf Kitty. How you doing? I heard some people alive there. I just don't know where I'm meant to be going. I'm lost. It was my first try too. On the all-knowing guy. Is that what we're on about? How is Calf today? I don't know where I'm meant to be going. I'll probably say that like a million times. Oh, that was my first try? You mean? Could you even imagine doing it your first try? That would be insane. First try, yeah. I'm well, it's gonna be hot weather today and I've got like 3 errands to complete with Kid in town, so I'm getting my biz. Nice. It's nice when you kind of wake up motivated and you just get it out the way. I like those kind of moods. I think it was Thursday, I was like, I know I need to get my ADHD form done and I have an appointment I have to go to, which I managed to do, so I was really happy with that. Why the fuck can't you ride torrent in here? I know. Why can't you? Please tell me why. And I wish there was more indications of where you should go, because I feel very lost. Get it done. Yeah. I love that. Get it done. Done, son. Sand. What? Done, son. Hello? Is anyone around that can help me? I'm lost. I've lost me, mummy. Every boss has been first try. Some bosses have had practice runs first. Yeah. Exactly that. There is sound absolutely fucking everywhere. Really flat. Oh, this is. Oh, here we go. Okay. Tell me why ain't nothing but a heartache. Tell me why ain't nothing but a mistake. Now number 5, I never wanna hear you say I want it that way. 'Cause I want it that way. It's great as well, because I'm watching Brooklyn Nine-Nine at the moment, so I'm going to get to that scene. And it's going to be a good time. That's him. He killed my brother. Oh, yeah. Shit. Number 5 killed my brother. Yeah. You got it. Now number 5. And he's like proper into it, like, I never want it. All the other ones are like, ain't nothing but a heartache. Where are the tests? Something like that. Wait, what? What are we saying, Demon? Oh, we're about Brooklyn Nine-Nine. Bro, I finally watched Sinners last night. You're gonna have to let me know if you watch it. Have we spoke about Sinners before? Ain't nothing but a heartache. Oh, didn't mean to jump. Ain't nothing but a mistake. I never wanna hear you say I want it that way. Okay, well this is... I'm confused. Maybe I'm meant to go back? Maybe I shouldn't be here. Oh wow. This is so cool. Wow, wow, wee, wow. Wow, wow, wee, wow. Ain't nothing but a heartache. Yeah, I don't know if we're meant to be here because the other graces I found. Whereas the last grace we just went past. I mean, this is undiscovered, so I feel like that would make sense to go up here. Maybe? Let's try that. It's a movie that popped off last year that I've been waiting for it to trickle to one of the services I subscribed to so I could watch it. Ah, no, that makes sense. That makes sense. Oh my god. Hello. Wow. What? And then it just changed. That's crazy. I liked it in here. It's cool in here. Like that. Oh, wait. Look, there's a lady here. Should we speak to the lady? Gomez is so heavy and sleepy. Aw, it makes you feel so bad, doesn't it? I need to get up. You need to accept your fate. I keep forgetting that you went crispy. Yeah.
Please.
I did go a bit crispy.
Your fingers. Please, your fingers.
They just screwed me in the face. That's what you got to say.
Ahead lies the land of the giant's flame.
Crispy. Yeah, I chose to set myself aflame and to sacrifice myself instead of the
Hear me.
Melina doing it.
The burning
Fancy
of the
flame, yeah.
Earth tree is the first
I feel like
cardinal sin.
she's behind.
Doing so will unbind destined death and who would dare? Most certainly not the fingers. You.
Okay.
Please, your
Okay. I feel like I want to go up there, but how do I get up there? Maybe we need to go from here? I'm not sure. I feel like that would make sense. Maybe I'm wrong. Gotcha. Yeah, we did the sacrificial. Maybe we can't go. I don't know where I'm meant to be going. Maybe it's somewhere I need to go in the cow. I really don't know what I'm meant to be doing. I feel really lost and no direction at all. More lost than usual. Like, how do you get there? 'Cause it doesn't seem to be a path. I don't know. I don't know what I'm meant to be doing. Yeah, you wouldn't be able to go that way, would you? The Grace is pointing, but wouldn't the Grace, like... Yeah, no. Grace is unnecessary. It's towards the story that we've done. If I can muster up the strength there, I might go for a drink in my local bar and wind up my favourite barmaid. I mean, sounds like a good time. Was it a Saturday? Yeah, it seems like it. Yeah, it's a weekend. Enjoy it. I don't know what I'm meant to be doing. Hell yeah! Can be purchased from the Twin Maiden Husks. I don't know who the Twin Maiden Husks are. Oh wait, they're the bell-bearing ones, aren't they? I think. What can be purchased? I think we've got... Oh, we do. Okay. We have some. Okay. Maybe I'll walk around here and see if there's anyone to talk to that can, I don't know, give me any indication of what I'm meant to be doing. Because I don't know where I'm meant to go at all. But there's like no one around. Everyone's like dead. There's the fingers. Maybe we talk to the fingers? I don't know. I don't know, maybe I'll try and talk to the fingers and the lady. Maybe. I don't know. Oh, wrong way. I get so lost in here. Where is it? This way? This way. Go to the place that's the next place you're supposed to go to. I'd love to, but I have no idea where that is. Oh, okay. She's dead. That's kind of cool, that armor. But it's not, it just wouldn't look right, would it? Could you imagine wearing that? Well, I'm really lost. I'm really, really lost. I don't know what I'm meant to do. And there's no one to speak to. Oh, shit. Like, I don't know if we need to keep kind of looking in here. It's not what you're meant to do, but what you want to do. What do I want to? I don't know what I want to. I want to progress further. I don't know how I'm meant to progress. Like, are we meant to go back here? I actually have no idea. Wake her up! I don't think she was into it. I don't think she wanted to. Where did we... No. Main path or just content? Wait. What? I just wanna... I don't know what I'm meant to do. I have no indication of where to go. Like, we found that guy. Do you want to continue the main path or just do stuff? I want to continue the story, but I don't know which way the story is. And there's fuck all indication of where to go. Or I'm just dumb. Where did you fight the last boss? Oh, that, do you mean the all-knowing guy? It didn't look like there was anything in that room. Maybe you missed something? Maybe I did miss something. I don't know, where did I fight him? Was it here? I don't know where I fought him. No, I wasn't there. Was it here? No. Was it here? No. It was this way though, wasn't it? Okay, right. So it was this way, wasn't it? No, I came a different way here. I wasn't near it. So why could we touch that grace? That's where we were. No. I don't know where the grace is. Where is the grace? This seems ridiculous. It wouldn't be that far, I swear. My brain hurts. It wouldn't be a catacomb. Which way did we go? Maybe think there's a grace at his bottom. I think there was. I think there was. I think we touched one. It was over there. I feel like there was a grace, or am I just crazy? Give a shout if you want to know. I might want to know because I feel very lost. It was up here, wasn't it? And then we went up a lift. Yeah, we went up here. Never mind, you got it? Oh, okay. Maybe I remember wrong. Yeah, we went up here. And in here... Yeah, there was a grace. Oh, it just seems so far away. Yeah, so it was here. Tree Sanctuary was the one, so we'll have to remember that. And... there's nothing this way. And then I don't think there's anything this way. Unless we can go up the tree. Maybe we go up the tree. Maybe this way? There's a lot of dead bodies. I feel like maybe it is this way if we're seeing so many dead bodies. Oh, okay. Alright. What's this? Erdtree Hill. What's that? Vastly heals HP for self in nearby alleys. One of the ancient Erdtree incantations heals a vast amount of HP for the caster in nearby allies. Hold to continue praying and delay activation. The Erdtree once flourished with abundance, yet it was only for a fleeting moment, such as the course of all life. Okay, maybe this is seeming more directional now. Oh god. I don't know if I want to go in there. We have ads in 10 minutes as well, so we will probably have a quick ad break before we go in there. That sounds like a plan. Wow. I'm scared. This looks scary. This looks terrifying. Yeah, I'll run ads before we get into something. Whatever it's going to be. This is your opportunity to grab a drink, snack, take your meds, use the bathroom, stretch your body, take your eyes off the screen, whatever you need to do. And where's my mouse? I'll be back in 3 minutes, so I'll see you then. Okay, I'm back. I'm terrified and I'm ready to go. Oh god. Right. Okay, I'm here. Unmute the game. Right, I feel like something is gonna happen. just a little inkling. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Alright, okay. Alright, you can hear, you can see. Oh god. Alright. Okay. This is my favorite fight in the whole game. So excited.
It's been a long while, Morgoth.
Oh, so you both feel the same. Let's go. Let's go. Oh god. I feel like this. I've seen this one. I think I've seen Nayla do this one.
Hard didst thou fight,
This is like one of the ones I've
tarnished
seen.
warrior.
Is this the
Spurned
one where
by
like
the
his
grace
arm
of
turns into like a
gold.
huge lion or something? I can't remember. I don't know.
Be assured, the Elden Ring resteth close at hand.
Keep in mind, my second favorite is Malika. Interesting. Interesting. Oh, didn't like that.
Alas, I am returned.
Yeah, I think I've seen Nayla do this one. I think this was like December?
To be granted audience once more.
Well, fuck a duck. Call it Chuck. This is happening. Fuck. He is the Elden
Upon
Chad.
my name as Godfrey, the first Elden Lord.
It's interesting, he looks very human-like. It's like the first human-y looking boss I've seen. Don't worry about me. Alright, what do you do then? You do that, okay. Oh, okay. Obviously don't expect me to do well because I have no idea what he does. Oh, 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 oh. Ooh. Ooh. He is damaging. Okay. He's not very fast though. Oh, I should have got hit in there. Okay, wait. Okay. Ooh, okay. Oh, okay. Oh, not great. Okay. He's a swinger. He is a swinger. A big one. You don't want to be on that. Ooh. Not great. Oh, dead. Oh, okay, we missed it. Oh, okay. Good to know. We're like gonna die, but not bad for a first attempt. Hi, Best Otto. How you doing? The goat. Not bad for a first attempt. He's not very fast though. Do you think he's fast? I feel like he's more aggressive. Like, I think he's more like damaging than fast. Like, I'd say the last boss had quicker moves. Hurloo, that stupid bitch. I think this is the one that I watched you do, I think, Nila. I don't know. I'll try my best. I should have done the thing beforehand. I was so invested when you were doing it as well. I was like, you can do this. Oh. Oh, not great. Oh, I'm gonna die. You're a bit aggressive. I thought I was way out of range for that. Not great. My day is pretty good so far. I went for a longish walk for the first time since I was sick. Oh, nice. I'm glad you're feeling a bit better to be able to do that. Hope you guys are doing well today. Yes, we did Manaketh, which was pissing me off. We did it quite fast into the stream. So now we're on another pretty hefty boss. But we're only 2 hours in, so hopefully we can do it today. I would feel happy if we did it today, but we might not. But hopefully we can. Hopefully. But T, you really shouldn't die. It's no way to live. I'll try and keep that in mind. Thank you for the advice. I've never heard that before. Okay. Oh. Congrats on being another boss. Yeah, he was hard. He was hard, so I'm really glad we did that. But I feel like this guy is gonna... It's gonna be a pain in the ass. But hopefully we can, I don't know, learn his moves a bit better. Maybe. Maybe. Rip. Rip indeed. Okay. I'm not excited. I am not excited. Okay. As always in this game, it just takes a bit of practice. It really does, especially when you're nearing the fucking end game. And they do some pretty damaging hits. We're doing pretty well dodging that as well. I think we just gotta time it just right. Oh, I didn't realize he was going to do that. Ah! Patient, practice and patience. Yeah, definitely. This is you dodging. I wish I did as good as that. Yeah, I was trying to dodge, and I wasn't really trying to hit. I was just trying to get one in if I could. You just have to get them just right. There's some, you know, when he goes to swing, and it's learning exactly when to dodge it. Not just when he's swinging. Okay. Like, ugh. Looks like I do barely any damage as well. I feel like I dodged that just right. That's frustrating. I'm like doing no damage. Oh, this is gonna be annoying. dodgy business, yeah. Godfrey, more like Chadfrey, am I right? Yes, definitely. It's gonna be annoying because it requires so much dodging and you're doing what feels like barely any damage. Cover yourself in preserves, then give you a jammy dodge. Just be like slippery. I remember this guy. I remember this guy. I feel like I remember the second phase visually more. Not that what it does. Not what it does. Oh yeah, no, we don't want to summon. That's so bad. Oh my god. This is not going well. Oh my god. Pissed me off. You could explore more areas if you want and come back. I don't feel like I actually have anything to explore. There's nothing on my map that I could be like, I want to explore. I definitely didn't cut myself shaving. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. That's the worst. And then it's so sore for days. Yeah, I actually don't... There's nothing in the map that I'm like, oh, I have that area left to do. There's probably like secret areas and things like that, but I think I've covered a lot. Are you sure? I think so. Like, not to my recollection. Not anything that stood out. Can't fucking get a moment for him to back off. This is an entire map piece. I can't actually even see how to get there. Like, I looked earlier, and it all looks like it's just a mountain that I thought maybe you can't get. Like, it's a mountain, so you can't get there. This is all the side of the mountain, so I thought maybe you teleported there. Doesn't... Like, to me, I can't visually see how I'd get there. Hi, Jura. Thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it. But, you know, I don't have any idea how you'd get there. Because this is all cliff. Cliff. All I say is you did get a hint about it somewhere in the playthrough. I don't know. I don't know. How am I meant to... That's pretty vague. Like, I don't... Like I said, I generally don't see. It's just all hill. As I mentioned earlier, I wouldn't know how to get there. Do you want a hint from chat? I mean, I asked for one earlier, but no one gave me one. I said I don't know how to get there. So I just assumed maybe if you did more of this bit that it was gonna unlock, because that seems to be a lot of what happens is you have to progress in the story to be able to get to some areas. So yeah, that's what I just assumed. So that's why I was like, okay, maybe the big lift. The big lift. This one. Might have not been clear. Yeah, because I didn't want to like be like, hey, how'd you get here, in case people were like, because a lot of the time when I ask to get somewhere, people are like, you can't get there yet. So I'm like, okay. So I just assumed, okay, maybe I just couldn't get there yet. I was like, I don't know. Okay. So I was there earlier, but I thought the lift went up. I don't know what you mean by the lift. Yeah, I just assumed maybe you couldn't get there yet. So I'm guessing you gotta go down. But I don't get how that works because you come up the lift. So oh, what, the secret one? I don't know if it was on secret or was it on... I don't know which one it was on now. That's the one thing I don't like about this game. It's just really difficult. Not like the fighting, it's just to even know how to progress seems like you just have to search. What does it mean, secret medallion? Understandable. That's the only aspect of the game I don't like. I feel you couldn't complete the game without having to search one time, or maybe more. Classic Souls games, yes, and being my first, it's something that I'm not... You know, I like to play a game, and I like to play it, and do it myself, but I feel like these games, you would not be able to do that. At all. Had no issue completing it fully blind. It just seems impossible, because it says you have to go here, and you have to do this story to get... I don't know. To me, it doesn't seem straightforward at all. But good for you. It's designed to be a collective experience. Just feel like...
Chicken, Peter, you just a little chicken.
You got one half from the amputee general in the Snow Castle Soul, and one half from the... So could you not do that until then? Hi, Sladykins, how you doing? We did indeed. We've got onto Godfrey or whatever his name is. There's subtle storytelling, and then there's good luck finding stuff about a guy's storytelling. Yes, and that's exactly how it feels. Okay. Someone finds something, another finds another, you guide each other through messages. I don't have messages on though, because I find the messages kind of foreshadow, like if I'm going into something and I don't know something's there, it then tells me something's gonna be there, and it kind of like prepares me. Most areas aren't in this game aren't necessary. It just seems like there's a lot of areas I go to, and then it's like, oh, you can't go to here yet. And it's like, well, and you have to do something else to get there, but it's, to me, it's not straightforward at all. Ugh. I don't think so. Oh my god. No. Absolutely not, thank you. Yeah. Now we're going towards a secret place. We went down the lift, I think, and I think we're going to the last area. I don't know. I'm not really sure. The very first quest you get in Dark Souls 1 is that there are two bowls of awakening, one up above and one down below. Ring them both and something happens. That's all you get. Yeah, and that is something, like, I like games. Games are fun. But when they're too, I don't know what's happening, and I have to think, it kind of takes a bit of the fun out of it. And I get a bit stressed out, not knowing where I'm going. My brain's like, this is a lot. What are we doing? What are we doing? What is this? How do you do this? What's this? What's that? Yes, Otto, that is it. Anything but straightforward. Exactly. Exactly. This is the easiest of the Soul games. Oh, I believe that. I believe that. Thank you, Slade. But how you doing, Slade? Yeah, I just assumed maybe you would unlock this when you did the story stuff. Oh, let me rest. Hang on. I miss having little chit chats at the Grace. Oh. I can't see shit. This can also be the hardest Soul games if you don't summon, and depending on your build. I don't summon, so maybe that's why. Wait. I swear you just said acquire. Also, when we were down there, it said the beast eye quivers. But nothing came up. Usually it's like the boat guy, isn't it? I'm not sure. Show me the path, O gentle lights. The promised path to the Halig tree. I can't see shit. It's so snowy. How are you doing apart from being frustrated? I'm okay. I'm good actually. No, I'm good. I feel good that we did it. Why is this? I feel like this was lit up. Was it not? It's so snowy. I can't see shit. This area sucks. Good luck. Thank you. It's very snowy. Maybe if I just keep going to the map would help. The place is second only to the capital sewers and being dug. Oh, the sewers, yeah. Did not like them. Okay, another Grace. Interesting. Yeah, no, I didn't like the sewers. They were extremely confusing. Oh. Hello. Oh my god. I'm gonna die. I don't even know where you're shooting, mate. Oh my god, you're annoying. You are unnecessarily annoying. Where are we going? And there's a cliff right there. That feels scary. I want to be near the cliff. No. What do you mean? You can't see shit and you're expecting me to fight something? I don't like that. I like to be able to see. Okay then. How are you meant to find shit? Have I just been... No. Oh. I don't like this area. It's so hard to see shit. Today was overtime day. Our deadline is approaching close, but lunch was on the house. Ooh, free lunch. Love that. Ooh, I like the red leaves. Okay. Okay. So we want to go here. I don't really know. Maybe that as well. A little bit confused. In our office, if you do overtime, you get paid free. That is cool. Can't complain about that. Ugh. Is that a grace? Better be time and a half. Yeah. Okay, do we want to go in here? Okay. How? Is this just a wall? Okay. They're just walls. Okay. Some people here. Can we talk to you? No? Okay. Also, just letting you know, the place that you killed Monica, there's a secret boss. Oh, is it the all-knowing? Is that who you mean? Hi, Future. How you doing? Is that who you mean? Sir blah blah blah, the all-knowing. And he has like a million fucking abilities. Nope, not the all-knowing. Oh, wow. Held shut by a seal. Well, why have I even come here? I can't even do anything. Okay. Well, how do we open the seal? I'm well, thanks. I'm glad to hear that. Oh, wait, here we go. What's this? Examine. Okay, light the 4 figures in Evergoal. Is this Evergoal? No. So we have to light the 4 figures in Evergoal and then it triggers here? Is that what it means? Why is that lit up over there? Or is that just nothing? Maybe it's nothing. Light the 4 figures in Evergoal. But where the fuck is Evergoal? Sites of Grace. Okay. I actually have no idea. I don't know where I have to go. It's not Grace site. I thought it would give me an indication of where it is. How am I meant to know where that is? Evergoal. Like, I know I've heard it, but I don't know where it is. Well, that says Evergoal. I'm confusion actually. You are there, it's nearby. That, what? But it says we're in blah 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 town. What? Oh. Oh my god. Okay. So we are in Evergoal now. And now we have to light... Oh, okay, right, okay. This is very similar to what we did in Caelid or wherever it was. Okay, right. How do we get up? It's usually... Oh, fuck, of course. Now they can get us. Can we go back to where you couldn't see me? What is a way to get up? Is this a way to get up? Oh shit, hello. I'm gonna die. Oh fuck. Blah 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 town. Yeah, blah 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 town. Blah 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 town. Guess we go again. So that's why they can't see us, because we have to go through whatever. I have to find it again. It was like round. It was like trying to figure out. You had to go up. Like, how do you get up there? Is my question. And then trying to figure out when a million people are bloody shooting you does not help. fuck? What? What? Oh my god. What the fuck? I'm gonna die. Okay, cool. What's this? Annoying fucking bitch. That's what it is. Must have felt good. It felt really good. It felt really good. This is going to annoy me though. Black Knight Assassin. But they're like invisible. How is that fair? I can't see anything. Just feels like cheating. Fuck's sake. I mean, Black Knife Assassins, but I want to see it. Don't hide like a little bitch. And I gotta try and figure out how to get up. And I can't figure out how to get up when I got things hitting me that I can't even get to. Like, they can hit me and I can't even get to them. I don't know how to get up anywhere. Wow, okay. How are you meant to know where they are? Nah, I'm gonna get really pissed off now. Am I like blind? How are you fucking meant to know? Did you meet one of them before? I think so. Oh my god! How am I meant? Oh my god! Oh, this is actually infuriating me. How am I meant to do anything in this fucking area at all? The footprints? Okay, right. I can't fucking see where I'm meant to be going, and then I can't figure it out because they're shooting me from the fucking rooftops, which I can't figure out how to get up to, and then you got them sneaking around, fucking stabbing me in the back. They do have a weakness. I probably don't have what it is they're weak to. Why is that guy still over there? Or you can go back to the merchant and get the special torch. But then how does the special torch work? I just want to get up. How the fuck does one get up? Like, how do you get up there? I'm guessing you go over there. But then how do you get on there? Like, the way I did it before was with torrent, so I don't know how... I don't know how you can get around. Oh, maybe this way. No. Not by the looks of it. Oh my god. Oh. They're so damaging. Will you just fuck off? I actually hate this game right now. With a passion. Cool. 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 This is great. I'm enjoying this. This is so much fun. Cool. It's really fun that they've made all the enemies inaccessible. That is something that I love about this game when they do that. It makes it such a fun aspect. Okay. Alright. Oh, what was that? You're an old fang. That made it all worth it, thank you. Alright, where was it? I was trying to get up. You'll be having a laugh, mate. I'm actually gonna lose my fucking mind in a minute. This is ridiculous. Even if I kill this one, there's still like a fucking million of them around. Wow. What is the point of this? To like make you actually fucking quit the game? Is that what the point of this place is? Oh my god. Just fucking die, man. The fact that it keeps stabbing me in the back seems ludicrous. Like, I've wasted so many flasks, like, on just this one fucking guy. Oh. I've actually never felt so pissed off with this game before. Until this area. This area is actually pissing me off way too much. It's really fucking infuriating me. Like, what the fuck? You can't see any of the enemies. And then when you can't fucking get to them because they're stood on the fucking roofs. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? Come on, man. It's a fucking piss take. Still better than the poison swamps? No. No. I have actually never felt like with other areas, I haven't felt like I just want to leave the game. I just think like get a bit like frustrated. But this makes me feel like I actually don't want to play it because it's just such an awful area and it's not even fun. It's literally fucking bullshit. And it's just like it's not even fun. I just wasted like I had 13 flasks. I was down to like 4 flasks on just one guy that I couldn't even see. I just want to get to the things and I can't figure shit out because I just keep fucking dying. And it's not even a level issue because I just can't see shit, mate. Like them up there. I can't fucking get to you. Right, piss off. I'm coming for you. I don't fucking give a shit. Alright. You figure out. I hate it here. I don't want to be here. This end game has not been enjoyable as opposed to the rest of the game. I've really enjoyed the rest of the game, and it just seems like the last few like streams have just not been enjoyable. I have not enjoyed the areas, and I feel like that's kind of ruining it for me. So I've really enjoyed this game, and it just feels like they're ruining it. Okay, over there, I think. They have a fair amount of hit points, too. They definitely do. They do, like, ridiculous fucking damage. Right, there we go. Oh, will you go away? I'm gonna die. I am gonna die. Like, come on, give me a break. I haven't played the DLC yet. We will not be playing the DLC. I will, but it won't be when I finish the game. I need a break. I need a huge break from this game. Where do I go? I can't, like, think with them shooting at me. Oh my god. Fuck off. How you... Oh my god. How are you meant to get up there? You are meant to get up there, aren't you? Or are you not? I believe in you, thank you now. Back, how's it going? I hate it. You are. You come back at the worst time, demon. Maybe I'm not meant to go. I can't see to figure anything out! Just like, stop. Give me a break. I do have to go up there. How do you get up there? That side. Well, how do you get around that side? Why does it have a path going that way if you can't get... I don't understand. I really am not enjoying this game anymore, man. Oh my god, just fuck right off. I don't understand how you get over there. Oh my god, you gotta be fucking kidding me. a fucking ladder. Clear as fucking day. Okay. So we did one. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I hope you're having a good day. Thank you for the hydrate, Muggy. I have grapefruit juice. I have hatred juice. Okay. Right, I'm up here. I'm safe for what seems a moment. So I would like to see what I can do. That's what's frustrating me. I can't plan out where I'm meant to go. Because every fucking corner, there's someone stabbing me in the back. Or shooting at me from the bloody roof. Okay, so it looks like we need to go along there where we were. But I couldn't. Can you? It doesn't seem like you can jump that though. I might be wrong, but it didn't seem like it. And it looks like you meant to go that way, but I don't know. And you clearly meant to go up there because it has a ladder. So there's one there. Oh, is that a statue there? Like, down there? So you have to light 4. So there's clearly one up there. I'm guessing that's one there because it's lit up. I'm not really sure. I don't even know where the other one is. See, I feel more relaxed now. I'm not fucking shooting at me. Red juice. Hot red juice. There seems to be like paths over there. There was another one on the ground. I don't want to go on the ground though. There's too many ground people that I can't see. There we go. See, and that's what's annoying. The fact that I can so easily kill them if I could just get to it. And that's why it's annoying me, because I know I can fucking kill you. If I get to you. Oh my god, don't jump off. What is it, Mo? Hang on a sec. Oh. Not sure what it was. Inconclusive results. Smooth couldn't tell me. I don't know. Don't want something flying in my room. Alright, okay. So we've got this one. Move on to tension, maybe. But no, it looked like he was looking at something. Okay. So if we now go this way. Ah, fuck off. So I know the other one is on the ground, but the assassin seems to be right by it. Yeah. Fuck off. Ah! I don't know where you are. Why? Oh my god, why is it so aggressive? I can't even heal! How are you meant to fight them? I hate them. I hate them so much. Just go away. I don't have to relight them, do I? Or do I have to relight them all? I don't know. Do I have to relight them? Or is too lit now? They stay there. Okay, thank fuck. Yes, I think. Oh, you thought I had to redo it? Unless we can just like fucking run past the assassin. I don't know. Is it around here? Wait, where is it? Where are we? Oh, it's there. So unnecessary. No, just go away. Just leave my presence, please and thank you. I don't know where the last one is. I hate this one. Me too. Me too. I hate this one so much. I don't know where the last one is though. No! Come on. This is bull crap. Fuck off. I don't know where the other one is my problem. I need a moment. I can't think in these conditions. Can't think. I don't know where it is. Was that up there? Wait. No, we've been up there, haven't we? Or have we not? I don't even know. Oh my god, I'm getting stressed out. Is it up there? Hello? Oh, fuck off. Jump off a cliff. Ah! You got this? I hope so. I need to snooze ads as well. I don't know if it's following me or anything. Did we do it? Oh, we did do it. Okay. Alright, let me snooze ads a sec. Oh! Okay. I would always run. I don't blame you. They're so stressful. They are so stressful. And what's annoying is you'd be able to fight them. If you could look at them dead in the face, they would be in trouble. Okay. Please take me to a grace, because I need to pee. Okay. Alright, what's cooking then? What's cooking? Come on then. Get me out of here. Oh, hello. We're in a tree. Oh, it's Grace here. Okay. Tree. We're in a tree. Rude enemies are rude. Rude enemies are rude. Oh, we're here. Okay. McCullough's Haggard Okay. I guess we'll sit here a sec whilst we have ads. I don't know where we're gonna go. I guess we just go the way of the tree with the snowman. I don't know where it's gonna lead to. I'm happy to be out of that area. I love this game. I've really enjoyed it. But I feel like the last few areas I have not enjoyed. Like, is it over here? This area. I really didn't like that area. It seemed extremely tedious. Which I've never found that before. And then that specific area, we were just that. No. It's a no from me. Have we discovered all the map now? Is it because it's hard? Endgame and stuff? No, this area I didn't like because it was a bit confusing. The enemies, you killed them and they came back to life, but if there was a few on you, it was hard to get rid of the spirit. So that was just unnecessary hassle, I feel. And I didn't like that. Wait, why have we got that there? I'm not sure. Oh, is that to know that that's where we were? Yeah. I just didn't like that. And then that area, not being able to see the enemies and the enemies being up in the tree was just annoying. It's a cool area, what do you mean? Well, this area, I just didn't like the enemies. And I was getting really confused of where I had to go. You haven't been... Well, I've seen these enemies. These enemies haven't annoyed me too much. I didn't like the enemies in the crumbling area. Like I said, having to kill them, the spirits coming back, and yeah. I don't know. They were just a different kind of flavor that I wasn't about. Got it, yeah. It was just... I don't know. It just didn't feel fun for me. The rest of the game I've enjoyed. It's been fun. But yeah, not about it being hard. Because I enjoyed doing Malaketh or whatever. I did enjoy that. And, you know, when you learn how to do it, it pays off. That was fun. I was really happy I did that. But yeah, no. I didn't like the area leading up to it very much. But the rest of the game I've really enjoyed. But, right, I'm gonna run ads for 3 minutes. So this is your opportunity to grab a drink, snack, take any meds, use the bathroom, stretch your body, take your eyes off the screen, whatever you need to do, and I guess we will venture down here. Is this area specific to after you burn the Erd tree? Can you only access this area after that, or can you access this area before you burn the Erd tree? Is there like a restriction on that? Can anyone tell me? Because I'm kind of intrigued. It's an optional area. Yeah, like, it can be optional, but can you access it before or not? You can go before. Oh, okay, so I could have gone before. Okay, interesting. I didn't know if it only triggered after. You can do it before or after. Okay, good to know. Alright, I'll see you guys in 3 minutes. I will turn that sound off as well so you don't have to hear it for 3 minutes. Alright. Ads just ended in time. Okay. Nice little break was needed. I think another thing to contribute to my lack of patience is how long we've been playing this game for now. It feels like a long time. A very long time. Are they gonna? Am I gonna have to kill all of them, or are they just gonna kind of? Oh yeah, no. They're not gonna just let me vibe. Oh. All I can think when I look at them is that they are little snowmen. Little snowmen. This game is so long. It is long, but like obviously we've been playing it consistently since November. So I think, you know, oh my god. Oh. I'm like, I'm kind of ready to be done with it, but I don't want to just stop playing it until we finish like credits, you know. Okay, which way do we go? Without falling off. I bet you we are going to fall off this tree. No question. Okay. If you feel like take a break from Souls game, you mean after I finish the game? There's something down there, which it looks like we can get to in a minute.
Okay, I like it for castle.
Okay, I like it for castle. Bye. And you're out of here. Boop. Oh my god. Oh, thought we were gonna miss it then. Okay. There's meant to be some stuff up here. Excuse me, I pressed Y. Oh, okay. Okay. Cool. I nap right here, but I'm awake again. I hope you had a nice little nap. How's the game going? Ugh, we're just in a really frustrating area, but we've got to here now, so that's good. I was having people stab me in the back that I couldn't even see, and that was annoying to me. Oh my god, I thought it was gonna ram me off then. Oh, wow. It's annoying. There was something right there. Even before, if you want to, if you feel like it's getting to you or it's too long, take a few weeks break, but only if you want to, because you have to enjoy the game. But I just feel like I'm at the point I want to finish it. Do you know what I mean? I don't know if having a little break is going to change that. Because then what if I just feel like, oh, no, I don't want to go back to it. Oh my god. Yeah, we're going to die. I told you I was going to do that. Yeah, I feel like I'll just be like, no, I don't want to go back to it. Because it's at a point it feels tedious. Not because I'm not enjoying it, but just the end game area feels a bit tedious. So I'm like, we took a break and then came back to it. I don't know if I'd really want to. Oh my god, I thought I was going to die again. Oh my god, how did I not roll off? Okay. Was it up here? Oh, there we go. True, I get that. Oh, what is that? And it's a voice that says, my beloved. Oh. Oh. Well, what a pretty few fits. I'm dead, aren't I? Yeah. I said it. I said we're gonna die. I know we're gonna slip and fall off the tree. I know this is gonna happen. It wouldn't be me if we didn't fall. Okay, I guess let's try and get to the base. Oh, is this Scarlet Rot? Oh god. Oh my god. It is Scarlet Rot. Okay. I don't think we can go this. I actually don't know where we're meant to go. Guessing not this way. Do we go down here? I actually have. Oh. No. Okay. Use it. Wait, use it. It's pretty. Oh, the thing. Okay, give me a sec. There's no reason for that specific trump card to hit that hard. I know. That seemed really unnecessary. Like, why are you doing that?
My beloved.
Okay then. Okay, I have to figure out how to get down. Maybe. Where did we get to? It seemed like we went way too far. Ladder versus falling down. Is there a ladder? And I missed it? Not interested in anyone. I'm cursed to fully explore areas and pick up all the shinies. I feel that, but then I'm like, I don't know if I can be bothered right now. I've noticed the last few streams as well, I don't feel as explorative to everything. That's kind of annoying. That ant just rammed me. Let's try again, I guess. Okay. I really don't know which way we're meant to go. Oh, the Scarlet Rock, can you not? I can't figure anything out. What the fuck? Oh my god. Maybe down there? I have a really itchy. I think we gotta go down there. There's no need for that. There is no need for it. No need at all. Did not need to do that. It was unnecessary. Okay. Also, before I forget, put marker on the last grace at the common place and remember to go for the secret area. Oh, okay. The crumbling place. Do you mean the capital city? Is that what you mean? Right, I want to go down there, I think. Because that's where we ended up. We ended up at the crumbling city. Oh, fuck's sake. We were there. Where you fought Blackblade. Oh, there's a boss there. god, just go away. Oh my god. Right, my dude. What the fuck? No, we're back down here. Which I don't think we can get to where we need to go from down here. So I tried jumping down there and it didn't like it. Thank you for the hydrate. Pretty missable and cool one too. Okay. Time to try. I'm jealous of you, Rose. I wish I was slaying some spires. Because maybe we do go down there. No, it's too much of a jump. I feel like the way we were going was the right way. Oh my god. Okay. Oh shit. No, I don't have time for that right now. Should I just like run past him maybe? Is this a fucking dead end? Fucking hell. Oh my god. I'm actually happy that you're doing indie games on the side, otherwise these games take a toll on you. Yeah, I'm glad as well. I'm glad that Fridays are for indie games that are smaller. Maybe we're just gonna have to fight that guy. Running right clearly isn't the way to go. Unless you have a death wish. Wow. Wow, wow, wee, wow, 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 wow. 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 This is great. This is so fun. This is fun, right? Yeah. So fun. Oh. Oh, shit. Well, shit. Well, shit. Well, shit. That bubble weapon. Oh my god. can't. Like, just give me a break. Like, come on. You can use that weapon. What would you even do with it? That's just such a joke. That is actually a fucking joke. I don't understand why it is so damaging. Right. Kill bosses? I mean, like, how would it work? Like, cause... Like... I've fucking done it again. Oh, this place is really getting on my fucking last nerve. I just mean, like, what does it do? Like, you blow bubbles? Like, what do you do with it? Did anyone else struggle with this tree so much, or is it just me? Like, am I just on my own here? I just still don't get how it, like, fucking insta-killed me. What the fuck? Oh my god, just go away. Just get out of my face. And it's like, just... No stop. No stop. Just shoot, 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 shoot. Just thank you for dying. Thank you for doing us all a favor. Okay. You blow bubbles, that's funny. Okay. This is 8% mark of the game and it's very hard to get through these areas. Like, okay. They're just so annoying. Oh, there's a ladder there. That's annoying. I was in the right fucking area. How do I get down there? I was in the right area the whole time. But at least we got that guy now. He was annoying me. Okay. Okay. This is making more sense in my brain. I wish we still had someone to speak to, though. Dawn is very OP, blow bubbles. Wait. I don't think I even got it. I'm guessing it's not... Maybe it's a rare drop, I don't know. What the fuck? Oh my god. You're safe now? I think we have different definitions of safe. He just followed me! He just followed me down there and killed himself! What is wrong with this game? What is wrong with that? You have to make a build around it. Oh, okay. Oh my god. I don't know where that guy came from. Did he come from up there? Because he just seemed to appear out of nowhere. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. Oh my god, I'm gonna die. Oh my god. I'm still confused where that guy came from. He must have come from above. Because he didn't appear that time. I don't understand the logic. At all. Go away. No, where? I don't understand. Oh, there he is. That's so weird that I triggered him. I don't really understand that. This is good. That other guy hadn't come up, it might have been a bit more manageable. I just didn't. I thought he would have fell down and he would have died. Guess I can't rush through. I'm just gonna have to kill them because otherwise they're just. It's too short area. Really aggro on me. Still find a way to jump down. Because again, it's not happened. Again. I don't understand that. That's weird. Ugh. I feel like I can't catch a break today. Level up? I can't level up because I keep losing my runes. I haven't even gotten up to level up. But like every possible unlucky thing that could happen is happening. today is just hitting me way different. It just feels like the game is taking the piss, is how it feels today. In a massive way. Oh my god. Can you fucking turn around? Oh my god. The slapstick comedy, it feels ridiculous. The fact that they have this huge aggro lion guy right here seems fucking crazy. Like, of course he's gonna launch you off. Like, what the fuck? What the actual fuck? I don't understand why. Oh my god. Why sometimes he jumps down and sometimes he doesn't? I don't understand the math. The math is not mathing. I'm running, but I feel like I can't. I want to get some of the stuff. Okay, well they fell down, so that helps. Come on, let me get fucking up here at least. Right, there we go. Are they gonna stay down there or can they climb ladders? No, I didn't want to descend. Okay, we'll try this guy now. Now hopefully no one is going to invade. Oh, what's that? Usually before coming this area you have to level up a lot and be really strong since it's 75 to 8% mark. So you should grind a little and level up before coming through this area. I don't know where else I would like go though. I would like, we've got the boss or this area. Like, Lassie boost non-damage negation. Non-physical damage negation. That is really cool. Not for me, I don't think, but it looks cool. It looks cute. Okay. Is there even anywhere to go on there? So, wait. Is there nothing up here? Huh? That doesn't seem right. Really? What? This really doesn't seem right. Like, there should... I feel like there should be something here. I'm confused. I'm confused. Why? Maybe not? Oh, fuck. Okay, I've fallen. Don't know if we're meant to be down here, but we're down here now. Oh, shit. There we go. There was another guy there, but if this is... Oh no. Oh fuck. I didn't want to be here. shit. Ah shit. Ah shit. Oh 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 shit. I didn't mean to jump. I don't know if I was meant to be down there. I feel like I want to jump across. Like there. Yeah. Oh, fucking another one of these guys. Oh shit. I didn't realize there was other guys in there. It just occurred to me that Tia's not went out of her way and leveled up that much, so maybe she should go and level up a little more before. Well, what level should you be if you're here? Okay, so if we just run now, 'cause we've done all this. I don't know. I don't know if we can get away with just running or not. I'm not sure. Maybe we can. Okay. Ah, shit. That seems hard. Your level is fine, grinding is never required in the game. I do feel like I'm quite a high level. I don't feel like I'm at the point I need to go and explore more. So I'm like... Oh, that was not the time to look. 136? I don't know. I don't feel like that should be a thing at this point. Oh shit. Bimp. Oh, sorry. It's more of a feeling thing for me because you're hitting a lot, but they have big health. And die, yeah. I feel like I have like a fully upgraded weapon. My health is as high as it could be. I don't see what more I could really do. I just have to get better at the game, I feel. Ugh. That guy's definitely meant to get you. Right. Maybe we can go this way. Ah, there we go. Guess we just try and get him done quick. There we go. Alright, what have we got then?
Kim, you're doing amazing, sweetie.
Thank you, Bulky. That's cool. We got 3 of them now, I think. Okay. Yeah, I think I just gotta get better, to be honest. I just need to have more patience. But to be fair, we have tried to fight like 2 fucking big bosses today. Aside from getting higher dex, your stats are great. How high should I get my dex? I don't know, like, how high I should be, like, upgrading it to. All the best until we see again. Okay. Thank you. I have been doing my arc. Except 25. I guess we go this way? This seems like a way that we should be going. I don't know. Oh, you got the fucking snails. For both Dex and Arc. So I should keep doing it until I get to 60. Okay. Oh. No. Oh. How I survived then is beyond me. Okay. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Oh. Your cap are bit. No. What? Am I meant to understand what you're saying? Because I don't quite understand what you're saying. Okay. Ugh, these fucking guys. Oh. Okay. I don't know if this is the way we're meant to be going or not. Okay. And they're following me. Okay. I don't know how I feel about this. You're pushing for it. I'm trying to. I'm trying to. I don't know what you do. Oh my god, she's so aggressive. What the fuck? What the fuck? They wanted hugs. I don't want to hug them. They just want to suck on you. They just want to suck on you. Let's be real. Maybe I'll just run through that bit. 60 or 80 dex, depending on how hard you want to go with it. If you want to up bleed, then go 45 arcane. Above 45 isn't wherever the status. Okay. Alright, I'll keep that stuff in mind. Okay. Oh shit. Okay, we'll just keep going the way that I went. And we'll just kind of rush. Whoa, no. Oh, damn. Might have been able to do it. Maybe you can't do it. I thought it was a possible chance. I remember this area now. Do you? Do you want to do it for me? My My god. That almost annihilated me. You're not wrong to try. Could have happened. Let's do these two. Because they're easy. Just get them out of the way. Arcane only ups status to your weapon has arcane skin on it. And if it has keen on it, arcane won't do anything. Okay. I feel like you should be able to do that, yeah. Yeah, you can. Oh, there's a lift there. Ooh. Bye. Don't know what was. I'm guessing there's got to be something there. Okay. There are areas I would never think to go and jump and actually land. Yeah. Wait, I've been here. Have we just found a shortcut? Okay. We've just found a shortcut. Good to know. Good to know. Shortcut, yeah. There's me thinking, oh, where are we going? Oh, this guy's here. Well, at least it's just one of them at the moment. Right, be honest, right? Be honest, I have the worst luck today. Don't even act like it's not true. I have really bad luck today. Let's be real. Let's be real. Let's be real now. That was bullshit. Why the hell? I know. It seems really... No. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Script is tight today. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It seems crazy. I'm gonna run. I'm gonna fucking run for it because I'm sick of them. I don't usually run past enemies. I usually fight every single person. But today, luck is not on my side. Are we in a boss? Oh, fuck off. Oh, I didn't want to do that. We've done it now. I want to see how many people did that. 39.9% of players have that achievement. Cool. Not bad. Not bad. Bad luck. Wait 29 years and post review. I will. I will. Not true. I don't think this area is just so stupid. I think the fact that it's very in the air makes it a little difficult. Do you remember this boss? Yes. Yes, I do. I do indeed. He's like in the area where there's like loads of chairs and stuff. First try, I did. We done did it. We done diddly did that. Okay. I don't feel like it was meant to be hard. It wasn't hard the first. I think we did him first try the other time as well. She's so pissed, she just breathed and the boss died. That's what annoys me though. Like, all the other enemies seemed much more difficult than him. Like, why is that? And why is there so many repetitive bosses? When I was going through the list, trying to mark off all the ones I've done, so many of them had the same name, and I was like, I actually am confused. Is this not a lift? Wait. Is this not a lift? I feel like it should... Oh. I feel like it should have a lift. Staircase right next to it. Oh, lol. Don't give me that look. Tears loser, I am. I really am. Oh my god. It seems... Are you going to be able to go up there? Because I see a chest there. I've lost the fucking plot, mate. Aha! What is that? Oh, cool. I see that. I've lost it! I can't fucking find it! It doesn't exist! Okay. It don't exist no more. Okay, there's a lift. Do you even lift, bruh? You're doing great though, thank you. I wasn't prepared for this. I was prepared for Makalith or whatever's Makalith? I don't know, whatever his name is. That's what I had prepared myself for today. And I hadn't expect it to be over. I feel brace of hereditary. Okay. Hadn't expected it to be over in the first like hour. After that, I had no idea what was gonna happen. Malaka. Malaka. Why does he kind of look like someone? What's that about? Oh wait, we can upgrade, level up. Should we do Dex then? What? He looks like someone. Am I unknowingly going somewhere that I don't know if I want to go? I am gay, as you've told us before. And be proud of it. Aren't we all? Yeah. You're going the right way, that's what you need to know. Okay. I like these enemies. They're kind of like beginning enemies. They make me think at the start of the game, and that makes me feel happy. I am Slade, and I am T. Everyone, please, introduce yourselves. I am Nayla. Welcome, Nayla. Nice to have you here. And this is the area where I found Nayla's channel. Really? Quite far into her playthrough then. I don't know. I do remember Nayla standing on the tree. I don't remember at what point it was, but I do remember Nayla being there and then seeing the snowman, and I specifically said, they look like snowmen. But yeah, I don't know if she did it before or after the Erd tree. Oh, we went through there? Yeah, okay. So I guess we get on here now? And I was welcomed in a beautiful, wholesome community. Very true. Very true. Naila's community is such a beautiful community. It just radiates off Naila, you know? Like, you are what you attract, whatever it is. Thank you for the community love, Naila C. You are what you attract, or whatever it is, I don't know. What is that saying? You know what I mean, though. I'm Slade, I'm new here, and I'm in fact a lesbian. Hi, Slade. Oh, it's one of these guys again. Why is there so many of you? Be careful. Okay. Okay. There were so many of them in a row then. Hello? Hello? Why are they all just kind of not doing anything? Who knows? Oh, hello. Alright, give me a sec. Am I safe? Ooh, what's this way? Let me in. Yes. We have one. Where do we get to? I don't remember either. One of the ones. And I found T and other people through Naila. Glad to have you here. What is brand new game that you are playing? Wait, what? What is brand new game that you are playing? What do you mean, Slade? Who are you asking? Triple Rings of Light. Okay. Incantation. Uchigana, my beloved. Hi, Chief. How you doing? This is the Blood Fang, but yes. That room is tough. I'm guessing I lulled a few of them out though, by the looks of that. There's an Erdtree avatar over there. Not sure how we get over there, but that is what is over there. Yeah, it seems like a few of them got lured out though. If I go there... I mean, I don't want to skip this room, do I? I don't know. But it feels like I can go that way. I think they all just followed me. Let me snooze ads a sec. Oh my god, I thought I was dead then. Brutal. I forgot, never mind, all good. I don't know if you were asking me or not. I don't know if we keep going this way. Because I know there was something over there. I don't know. Hmm. Not sure. But it looked like there was something like in here. I don't know if I'm wrong. Like it looks like you can jump there. Oh no. Really? Oh. I guess I go that way now? Oh, there's a ladder here. Okay, where does that go? This area seems massive. Pull the lever, Kronk. Didn't work though. It said no, no. No, no, not right now. No, no. Busy. Oh. McQuillian Knight Sword. Okay. I just saw the title. Oh. And what do you think? I mean, this way we could go back. Which maybe we should. And keep going that way. I'm intrigued to fight that way though. But I'm guessing maybe we'll loop round. We've clearly been in here, yeah, okay. Boop. Boop. Alright, we'll keep going. We can get across here. I guess we'll just do it now then. Should we fight the Erdtree avatar? Hopefully this space will be okay. Oh shit. That was something I was a little worried about. That's a lot of runes we've just lost as well. Usually we get that, so hopefully we can do it. Be okay, hopefully. Maybe. Ugh, all these guys are back. No. Not about that. We had cleared so many of you. Oh god. Exactly. Okay. Pick up our Rooney Poons. I feel like I'm dodging at the right time, but I'm clearly not. I wish I could get back closer so I wouldn't have to keep running back. That's a little bit annoying. Is this maybe a quicker way? Probably not. No. Definitely not. Yeah, we've been here. That's where we unlocked it. Don't worry about me. Don't worry about me. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Is this where I did it? Oh my god. Haven't been there either. Let me snooze. Snooze. Meow. Is there grace in here or no? No. I feel like it's been going a far while without grace. Okay, let's try again. We need to just not get whacked off the side. That would be good. Maybe us being away from here, like the broken side, will help. Side note, I had an urge to watch F1 movie yesterday night, and it's still so good. Oh, what? Like Fast and Furious? Is that what you mean? Oh, I fucking dodged. I'm gonna die. I am gonna die. That's kind of really difficult, having like that area. That's not easy. That's not easy. Formula One, Brad Pitt is in it. I don't actually know if I've heard of that. Pit is a funny word. What is it in Swedish? I don't like that area. That was going so well, as well. I feel like I want to get my runes and maybe come back to that. Wait, is it actually? Oh shit. Oh, now my rings are gone. I think we'll just stop here, to be honest. This is like a lot of area to explore. A lot of area to explore. If you feel like watching a feel good movie, watch it. It's a good movie. Okay, I'll take your word for it. I'll take your word for it. That is actually funny. Oh, it's Peter's. Return to desktop, yes. Yeah, I think we'll finish there. A lot of stuff has happened today. Oh, We did Malaketh. We did Loretta. Monbetta. Scudetta. Cupidipidipita. A whole lot of area. It is a huge area. It is a big area. Right. So next week, streams are going to be different because I can't stream Wednesday and I can't stream Friday. So it's going to be Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday. So yeah. Have a good night, mate. You too, Chief. I don't know if you said how you were, but I hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing well. Thank you, stream. Thank you for being here, Demon. A lot of that, yeah. There's a lot of frustration in that. Like, just getting yeeted off the side. That's fun, even though I've been too sleepy lately. It's all good. It's all good. Thanks for having me. Thank you for being here, Moggy. And I hope you get some good rest and recover from yesterday. Thanks for stream. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here. Thank you, Rose. Alright, okay. Where are we going? What are we doing? What are we doing? Where are we going? I smell curry and it smells good. Curry smells good. Yum, yum. Yum, yum. Oh, Tempest is doing log picking. Oh, sure. I'll see you. I'll see you. Rest well. I hope later I get to get on my PC and play some Minecraft. KFX bye, KFX bye. Thank you for the stream, and I hope you have a good rest of your day. You too. So only 2 streams next week, or am I hearing things? You're hearing things. Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday. I'll put an announcement in Discord, but yeah, we'll do Tuesday, and hopefully I'll feel better to do some art. Thursday we'll do Undertale, and then Saturday we'll do Elden Ring. Yes. Jum jum in my tum tum. Yes, yum yum in my tum tum. Indeed. So we could go to Tempest, or we could go Mali, or we could go Lander. Is what I'm thinking. What do you guys think? I thought I heard that, but gotcha. It's all good. It's all good. It's also pinned. So if you've seen the pinned message, it's there. So it's there. Lander sounds fun. Lander is doing some makers and crafting. My quality is low. 1 second. Lander, barely know her. I love Lander. I have a crush. Yo. Lander is working on a keyboard by the looks of it. So we can do that. Lander raided us like last week, I think, so we can give back the love. Lander, I barely know her. But I need a break. I need a break. The start of the stream, I was having so much fun, and then we got to that fucking area, and I was like, oh, getting stabbed in the back, left and right, shot from the rooftops. I was like, oh nah, this is no way to live. Right, raid. Okay, get back at him. Exactly. We gotta return the favor. It's the only. I'm gonna do some Just Dance. I'm gonna go do some Just Dance and dance out the frustration and do a bit of exercise. Get off my lazy booty. Take that break. Yeah. Like I said, I won't be doing Elden Ring now until Saturday. So depending on what you're here for, Tuesday will hopefully be art. Thursday will be Undertale. I was about to say Telltale. It's not going to be Telltale. It's going to be Undertale. And then Saturday will be Elden Ring. So if there are specific things you're here for, that is that. Like I said, don't worry. I will post it in the Discord. Put some duty to that booty. We will. You know, Malaketh was starting to really annoy me. But having that break, we came in today. I did not get annoyed at him at all. I got scared. But we did it. We did it really well. So I like to know what I'm going in for when I get into the stream. It makes me have so much more patience when I know what to expect. Do the things. But let's show some love. I will catch you guys on Tuesday. a week break now, and that area will be east for you. It will be. I'm intrigued to see where it goes. But I love you guys. Look after yourself. I'll catch you guys Tuesday. Love you. Bye. Love you. Bye.